Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. It is Saturday afternoon. And I'm back and ready to do some more coding, my friends. Last night we had a pretty decent breakthrough where the OAuth API flow is actually working now. And it's asking for consent and all that stuff. So we got the basics finally. I do want to do some tweaking to it. It's not quite exactly what I want, but it's very, very close. So I'm gonna take a look at that today. But what I really want to do today as well, not only that, but I want to start to bring some of the pieces together. I want to get I want to make sure that the individual APIs can be locked down by annotations, rather than having to spell them out in here. Because I think where do I have that at? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. This is it. Yeah. This is it. So, the idea here is, I think right now we have it configured. Authorization endpoint configured. Where's the... I think it's the other. Oh, it's the actual API thing. Down here, hex API config. Yeah. So here I'm having like, make sure the requests have the scope read authority. But I think I want to change this to just is authenticated. I think we'll have to test that, because I'm not sure if that's how that will work. Authorize HTTP request. I guess fully authenticated. If authenticated and we're not remembered. Oh, that's what fully authenticated. So fully authenticated means there was no like remember me token, which I guess in this case is correct, because there shouldn't be a remember me with that. What does authenticated mean? Any authenticated user has any authority. Role user, role admin. Have at least one of those. Is any role. Any authority. So I'm wondering, do I have to put... Because if I do fully authenticate it, no, I think I'm going to have to put all of the authorities in there. Which I think is okay, as long as I could still specify on the endpoint. Yeah, because I could say has any authority, and then on the endpoints themselves say that it requires this particular authority, I would think. We'll have to test that. So let's just say has any authority. And then I'm going to make a list of authorities here. So that's the string. Blah, blah, blah. All right, so static final string API for it these. So it was crap, what did I have there before? Was it, did it have the scope in front of it? It did. And then has any authority. Any role has any authority. I think that's what I want. That. Okay. API. And I think the first one is the one that we've been testing with is scope read, but I think what I want here, I want to change that scope. So I think first things first, we got to say what scopes we want. Now we got it working. Say what scopes we want and what those scopes will give as far as permissions are concerned. So let's pop into here and let us do a new file. We'll say API notes. All right. Security authorities. So I think the first thing would be say basic read, and that would give, so what would we give to a basic read? It'll be easier if I can visualize the database here. So let's fire up the database. Got that. And then Aqua. Also, I think, I wonder if, does Balsamic mockups work on Linux? Because I don't have that installed on here yet. Oh, it does have one for Linux. Cool. Huh. Or maybe not. We don't support Linux. We usually recommend our web-based app. Our following steps might allow you to install the Windows version of Balsamic using Flatpak. Okay. I guess we'll try. Install Flatpak and the repositories. Do I have Flatpak? Go. Does I wonder, does Flatpak work on Kubuntu? Oh, here we go. Yeah, because I was going to say the Plasma Discover. Okay. So, sudo apt install. Down to size here. Alright, and then so discover Flatpak backend. Don't ask without needing the command line. 2004 or later run sudo apt install Plasma discover backend flat. Okay. Flatpak remote add if not this flat hub. Alright, are not in the... Note that the directories are not in the search path set by XDG data directories environment variable. The applications installed by Flatpak may not appear on your desktop until the session is restarted. Complete setup, restart your system. Yeah, I don't really want to restart right now. I don't think I need Balsamic at the moment, but I'm curious to have it on there. Yeah, echo XDG data third. I guess I can add those to that path. Do a, was it LT for new term? Nope. What's Control N for new terminal? No. No. How do I get a new terminal? Control Shift N, of course. No, that's a new window. I want a new freaking tab. Control Shift T. I knew it was T. Let's do my profile, and I guess I'll do EG data DIRs. EG data DIRs equals DIRs. Wait, I'm doing the Windows version of that. That's not right. That's not right at all. Editors equals $sign PG data there's colon, right? Is that what? Yeah. And then this. And There we go. Where's my... Oh, jeez. And in there twice. Okay, that's not good. Alright, so now echo $sign PG data there's oh crap, what did I botched that again. Oh, I guess it. Oh, because it had said it that other line existed in there. Oh well. Well, it's botched for. But let's see over here. Echo. Is this? There it is. That works better. That terminal's not botched. Okay. Alright. We have that, and then... Oh, bottles from the Flatpak repository. Okay. Alright, well, I'll do that. I'll do that later. I don't need it right now. I'm just kind of curious to see if it would work. So there we go. Alright. What I need, though, is to figure out what our authorities are going to be. So think about we've got identities. And then user detail. Right. So the user details. So I'm trying to think of what the basic read I would not. Basic read would probably get you your display name. And your avatar. But not email. I would think you would have to get full read. I think for that is what I would say. Ultimately, there. And under identities, and full read would give you. I don't even think there's a reason to give you your username, even under full read. Yeah, I don't think there's a reason to even give the username out at all. Or whether or not you've got two-factor auth turned on, because that's all for internal use. But created date probably could be allowed in a basic read. I don't think that hurts anything, because that would allow you to know how long you've been registered on the site. Last attempted login doesn't need to be there. Or whether or not you're active or anything else. I think I can hide everything else there. Just under user details. It's going to become more of a question with the channel detail. So like, because we don't have a whole lot right now that we're storing, but we will. So I think I'd like to spec it out for what potentially will be there, and then I could kind of refer back to this. So I'd say for basic read, you'll have access to Can I do a table here? Scope and then access. Is that? I don't think this is working for table. I think I have to install a thing to let me do tables. Advanced table. There's like a Git hub. Oh, I have, okay, that's searching install plugin. So I have advanced tables. Single pipe character, hit the table's first heading, and then press tab, okay. Open table controls, sidebar. Alright, so that's what I missed. I thought I had installed something for it. So do whoops. Go. Wait, what the hell? Scope and then like this. What the frig is going on there? Okay, wait a minute. How does this work now? Advanced tables. Oh, do I have to put a space after it? Okay, single character. And type the table's first heading. Press tab. Continue entering headings and pressing tab until all headings are created. Press enter to go to the first row. Continuing filling cells as before. Pressing enter again for each new row. Okay. So this and then scope. That is not doing that at all. What the frig? Okay, maybe I don't put a space there. Is there something else interfering with the tab? I don't understand. Wait, so a single character and type the table's first heading and press tab. Until all the headings are created. Press enter to go. Or use the command palette and search advanced tables. How do I get to the command palette? Control P. No commands found. Wait, is it not enabled? Am I missing something here? Oh, it's not enabled. Oh. Oh, okay. So I installed them, but they don't automatically enable. Oh, that was... Okay, weird. I didn't realize that was the case. That's why. Well, I'm not going crazy. Yet. And now it's... It doesn't like that though. But I can't put a space there. It has to be just like this, and then it does it. Okay, so no space. It puts a space in there. Missions. Okay. I'm getting the hang of it. So scope would be basic read. And that would give you access to let's say user what would that give you access to? User display name. What do I stay within? Can I just do enter? No. User display name. Oh, wait. Doesn't do it. I want to stay within a particular thing here. Airline column. Line. Move cursor out of table. And table controls. Control Shift D. Oh, do they not allow you to do multiple lines inside of a... I guess that makes sense. I guess you can't do that either in regular markup. Without it, without having it just wrap on its own. I guess I'm gonna do Shift D. Move online. Okay. Oops, I did not want to do that. How do I close this now? Can I close this now? Ah, there it is. Okay. Figured out how that was supposed to work. Alright. So let's stay here. User display name. User avatar. Count. Creation date. What else? Creation date. And then eventually it'll be read only. Is there any utility to having a read-only chat? A bot that can just read your chat, or an integration that can just read your chat but can't make a chat? I feel like I think chat maybe is its own scope, maybe. I think that might be a good idea. This would be a canon creation date, and then what else would it be able to read? I guess the read inbox messages. What other settings would be needed? I guess preferences. Yeah, so like visual preferences, chat preferences. Followers. I guess see who you follow. Could that be abused? Someone could see everyone you can follow. Everyone you do follow. I think that should be a separate. I think it could be on the safe side. That'll be a separate thing. Something I can see everyone you follow. But the yeah, and then the chat preference, and then I guess I'll say here watch RECO and recommendations. Okay, and then basic read, basic write, be user display name, user avatar. What else do we have here? Next messages, visual and chat preferences. Okay, and then we'll have chat. Yeah, because for the mobile app, you're gonna want to chat as that person. There's gonna have to be something else that's just for like bots as well, like a way to send chat messages as a bot, like identified as a bot. But I'll have to build that out. See how I can build that in. But chat would be read and write chat messages as the user. What else? What's another go if I'd want to? So I guess there'd be channel read. Sure. So read channel name. I guess it'd be like channel name, stream title, stream category. Stream tags. Stream status. And I guess this would be the point where you would do the stream chat, or at least the stream activity. Yeah, so you'd probably do, so let's say stream activity or stream events, follow, sub, etc. What else? Number of viewers. Current number of viewers. Number of viewers. Viewer list. Yeah, I think that would be that. And then channel right. Pretty much the same thing. Stream categories, stream tags. Status it wouldn't. I guess it wouldn't affect the status, but you could go live. So go live. Stream from device. And chat read write would be stream chat read write. and stream moderation actions. Okay. If there's anything else. Oh, I guess visual events. So I'll call it visual events. No, we'll call it interactive. Interactive API. And that'll cover like being able to have like what Twitch would consider what Twitch would call chat integration, meaning like when a game integrates with chat and you can like there's an overlay, a stream overlay that shows you like your inventory in an RPG or something like that the users can interact with. That's basically what that would be. And I guess I don't want to do. I was thinking of having like a full read and a full write. But that might cause confusion because it's not really going to be a full thing. It's really going to be account management stuff. Oh, and I guess should I put that in basic, right? So visual preferences, chat preferences. Or should I put that in chat? I guess this would be, I mean, watch streams is not really a permission. Because anyone can watch a stream, theoretically. I guess for basic right of the So follow. You go in there. But then what about subscribe? That be its own. feel like subscribe needs to be a different category, because then, like, I think follow is, so follow streams or follow channels. Follow and I guess unfollow. Then I'd say account full, and that would be sub unsub change password, manage, factor off. I guess activate, deactivate channel. What else? Activate the anime channel. I guess change access update stream key. Update stream key. Or anything else? Can't think of anything else off the top of my head there with that, but obviously there's going to be more instances of things as we flesh this out. Yeah, okay. I think that covers it. think that covers it. So basic read, display name, avatar, expiration date, inbox messages, visual and chat preferences, watch recommendations. Right lets you change the display name, change the avatar, change the visual and chat preferences, follow and unfollow channels. Chat gives you read, write chat messages as the user. Channel read lets you see the channel information along with any events. The write allows you to change that information as well as go live and read and write to the chat, do moderation actions against the chat, and then interactive. So I wonder if I should peel off interact. I guess if you're doing interactive at that point, you should have access to. Well, okay. But interactive things have access to moderation action. That should probably not be there. Yeah, so I think what I want to do is have a different interactive, which would, that way they can do, because they can get channel read. Interactive doesn't need to change stream titles and stuff like that. This would be interactive API access. And then take that out of channel right here. But still would need access to the stream chat. So probably what I do is say stream chat read write and interactive API access. Because there's no chat read or write in channel read. Or maybe I should peel off stream chat into its own thing. Yeah, you know what? Let's peel that off into its own thing here. And we'll get that out of here. And I guess there's an argument for moderation as well, that if you just have a thing that's just going to do moderation, well, moderation doesn't mean that it's, you still have to be a mod in order to do. You have to have the right mod permissions to do the other things, so that'd be more of a role thing than a scope thing, probably. So, okay. I move this. Move that up there. That opens up a interesting question, and that is, one of the things I wanted to do was have bots be known in the system, that if the bots are writing into chat, they would have their own icon and they'd be called out as bots immediately. There would be no ambiguity. It'd be like, it's kind of like Discord where there's no ambiguity. You know when you're chatting with a bot that's registered as a bot. I want to do the same thing. In order to do that, those bots have to basically be kind of sort of users in the system. Kind of sort of. They wouldn't be real users. Like, you wouldn't be able to log in as but for all other purposes they would look like users. Or they would, well, they would share a lot of the information that users would share. Like, for instance, in chat, you'd be able to see a history of the chat messages from them, just like you would a normal user. The weirdness comes in that it would have to be handled as a special case, because I can't necessarily put those in I don't want to put those in the identities table because I don't want anyone to be able to log in as a bot. That just opens up a whole nother can of worms. I want the bot to be able to, I want the bot to be tied to the application's OAuth information. So I can do that, I can put that in one of the OAuth tables, or have a table that's spun off of the OAuth tables that has them listed. See, like, this is the alias it uses. Now, the one caveat there is I guess the bot name, like right now, usernames have to be unique. and display names have to be unique. If I have to bring bot names into that, that gets a little bit dicey. Because it would be very easy for someone to squat names that's just a bot. So maybe that wouldn't apply to bot names. Maybe you could have whatever name you want. But because you're consistently flagged as a bot, even if your name is the same, like if the name of your bot was Ninja, in chat you would show up as Ninja, but you would have a bot icon and a bot and the word bot in parentheses. So hopefully that wouldn't lead to any construing for the real deal, I guess. But then, having said that, what happens if two different applications have the same bot name? Is that allowable? Because you could have one bot that's legitimate and one bot that's malicious, and it's trying to hide as a legitimate bot by having the legitimate bot's name. So I guess there would have to be a unique constraint there on that, which I think is not a bad thing. I'm trying to think, because one of the things that I'm seeing here, at least with the pattern that they have laid out as far as like authorization goes, is that every time an authorization code is requested, another record gets written in here, even if there was already a record for it. With the exception of if the authorization was... No, I think it's always adding another record here, right? Or am I... No, I guess it only added the new record when the other one was expired. Otherwise it reused it, which is good. I think that's good. I'm trying to think of what happens if you have say you have two phones. Well, let's get a more realistic example. You have a phone and a tablet. And let's say you have an iOS tablet and, for the sake of argument, an Android phone, just to kind of make them different. The Android phone would go through the OAuth flow. It's the same application, so it's the same application name, the same client ID for that application. Goes through all the steps. It gets a authorization code generated for it, for that user. So then the user says, okay, I want to also put this same application with the same client ID and the same client secret and all that stuff on my iOS. They download it, they put it on there. They're registering as the same user. The principal name would be the same. Client ID would be the same. This is the same application, just ported to iOS. The scopes would presumably be the same. Again, it's the same application, doing the same thing. So then I would imagine it should get, the authorization code wouldn't be expired. So I would imagine it would get the same, it would get issued the same authorization code that the Android device got. And then that would, so that wouldn't need necessarily to create a new record in here, I suspect. And maybe I'm wrong on that. Actually, I'm betting I'm wrong on that. Because I've got refresh tokens turned on. And if you're going through the auth flow the first time, you won't have any refresh token. So you'll have to ask for an auth token. For a new auth token. Which means, in theory, you should get another record in here. Because the primary key is this ID column, which is has nothing at all to do with register client ID or the principal name. You see all these are the same. So, because that would be more secure that way, because you know that even though it's the same application, there's no way that those two applications both have the same authorization token, because you would have to tell them what their authorization token is, which could open up a can of worms where someone else could fake your application and then gain access to your auth token. So I would imagine it's going to create a new one. That's something I gotta test. And the reason I'm thinking about this is today I want to get the page set up that will show all of the authorized devices. Well, I know there's devices is the wrong idea. Authorized applications. Because I'm not using device authorization stuff. It would be authorized applications regardless of what device they're on. But I would imagine there's going to be multiple records in there that are non-expired. I mean, the question really, should I bring the device? Should I bring the device code into it? If a device code has its own expires at and metadata, I don't think I want. I think device code, if I'm not mistaken, and I probably am, but if I'm not mistaken, device code is like, we specifically blessed this application with a code, and it's allowed to get in without asking for refresh tokens and all that stuff. Whereas user code is, you know, we're on a device that doesn't have a browser that allows us to go through the normal auth flow. So we've told the user to go to their browser, go to this URL, you know, log in, you know, go to this URL, it'll force them to log in, and then it'll generate a code on screen that they then have to type into the application on like Roku or something like that. And then that would give them access. So I want that. I might need that, so I'm going to kind of leave that around for now, hanging around. But I think the device token stuff can get ejected. And then I think Right. Right. I think, and then so the consent is always just, from what I'm gathering, is always going to be one record. Because this has, what is the, I think the primary key on this is registered client ID and principal name. Yeah, it's the two of those columns together. So that is, you can only ever have one record for each user for that application. And then in the registry, client ID, client secret with an expiration. Now the question is, would I ever expire client secrets? And I'm willing to leave that in there, but it's probably always going to be null, because I don't, maybe. I mean, that might be one of those things where it's good to have it in there, and then I can let the admins, maybe if there is like some rogue application that was signed up, admins can go in for the admin console and expire them immediately. Expire their secrets immediately, and then that would effectively neutralize the application, so it would stop working at that point. Hey Josh, can you design a mobile app? I have never done one before, and it's something I'm going to be learning soon. Because what I want to do is, right now I'm getting the API login stuff fleshed out, and it's almost there. And then I want to, I'm going to start learning, I guess I'm going to start learning Dart and using Flutter to create the first mobile app I've ever created before. So I'm going to be learning as I go, and probably making a ton of mistakes along the way. But that is soon, once I kind of feel more confident about how I've got the security set up here, with the API and stuff. And then I'm going to start fleshing out the API, because I don't want to get too far into the details of the website without having the mobile thing. I want the mobile thing to kind of almost be in lockstep with the website, so I don't leave it behind, because I think it's probably the most important thing, because far lots of people watch things on their mobile devices. Yeah. Your RE company is outsourcing to inquire someone to help us create a mobile app. Yeah, no, I've never done a mobile app before. This is my, oh, hi Cynthia Cat. Welcome. I just saw your chat there, sorry. Yeah, I never done it before. So this is going to be something that I've been wanting to learn it for a while. And so, since I haven't had a chance to do it at my day job, I'm gonna kind of try it out on my own. Cool. No, I don't have the lurk command. I don't have the lurk command, Josh, but you can just lurk. You don't have to you don't have to say anything. Most people tend to lurk, and I'm cool with that. I don't call anybody out. I promise. And also welcome. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, no worries. No worries, Cynthia. No worries. Let's see. What do we got here? So yeah, I think that's. So I gotta figure out. What the page is gonna look like. We'll start with this with a basic page, and then I'll try to work it from there and see what information is needed, what isn't. Also, I definitely want to go through and we're going to clean up the stuff. Like, I don't want the settings and stuff in the database. The scopes will have to be in the database, but the redirect URIs, I don't think these have to be in here. Best OID state. Yeah, I don't think these have to be in here. Redirect URIs are going to be just hard-coded, I think. And the post logouts, yeah, that doesn't need to be in there either. Get rid of those. The authentication methods are definitely not going to be in there because that's going to be hard-coded, because I want them to be. I don't want the third-party apps to be able to tell me what they want to do. They're going to do what I tell them to do, and that's that. I don't want them saying, "Oh yeah, no, let's do the lowest security that you can do." No, you're gonna follow whatever security I tell you to follow. So that'll kick that out of there too. All right, let's see what I can figure out here. So this seems like good scopes to have for now. Obviously, I'll find reasons to re-up these as we go. So what I'll do is we'll throw them in here. We'll say scope basic, read, basic write. Oh, what am I doing? Scope basic write. Chat, channel read, channel write. Why is that? Oh, a new one spawned. That's unhelpful. Okay. Channel read, channel write, stream chat, account full and interactive. God damn it! Why are you trying to spin up new things? Stop trying to spin up new things. I want to get to the window that I was at. All right. Oh, well, now I forgot what. Stream chat, account full, interact. Alright, so we got that. Have I ever tried IntelliJ IDEA? Not very much. I've played with it a little bit. I'm going to end up likely using it for the mobile stuff, for like Android and stuff. I have a love-hate thing with it, as I do with a lot of IDEs. I don't like how cluttered the screen gets. Like I don't, it's got kind of the same thing that Visual Studio Code has, where it's got like panels all over to like the sides and all this stuff, and I hate that. I hate that look and feel. It's too, for some reason, for my brain, it's too cluttered, and it feels like it's not even that it's too cluttered. It feels like things are hidden in plain sight. And that's why I like Eclipse, because I like the perspectives in Eclipse, where you can just set up, you know, the window, your views the way you want them, and then, you know, when you go to go debug something, you go into a completely different perspective that's just for debug. You go into a completely different perspective that's just for looking at your Git repository and stuff like that. It just kind of, it takes all the crust and cruft and just kind of throws it into the background, and kind of gets it out of your way so you can focus on what you're trying to focus on at the moment, which is what I like about it. Now, maybe there's a good way to do that in IntelliJ too, but that's why I kind of have stuck with Eclipse all these years. It's just, I just like that it kind of just, it gets things out of my way. You know what I mean? Roll out all distractions. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's kind of what if IntelliJ did that better, I would switch over to it in a heartbeat, because a lot of things just work better in IntelliJ. Eclipse is still hanging on, and Eclipse is still doing good things, but it does have its quirks and it does tend to break. Still, it doesn't break as fully as it used to, but there are annoyances that do still break from one release to the next, in it. So, still has a few of those things, but it is sort of, unfortunately, it's lagging behind now in plugins a lot of times, whereas IntelliJ tends to get all the good new plugins that work and all that stuff. And one of the guys I work with in my day job uses IntelliJ all the time, and he likes it. And, you know, like I said, it's just kind of a preference thing. Like I even didn't. Interestingly enough, I also don't like NetBeans, even though NetBeans is a pretty clean interface. There were still parts of NetBeans I didn't really like either, where I felt like it hid a lot of stuff in plain sight. So it's one of those things, and you know, it's also like, I've been using Eclipse for so long now that it just becomes another, like a third arm, right? It's like, I know a lot of the, you know, hotkeys that I use all the time. What is going on here? Why is this stop? I have a stuck key. There you go. So I know, like, a lot of things just, you know, like Control Shift R to take me to the, you know, do a search for files and all that stuff. And, you know, there's a bunch of things I know already out of it. And I'm sure if I sat down and learned the hotkeys for IntelliJ, I'd probably be able to navigate through that fast too. But yeah, it's what it is. That's what it is. I mean, they finally properly got a good dark mode, which it lacked for way too long. So at least we have that now. But yeah, I mean, that's just where I'm at with it. do I have Android? I have Android Studio on here. Yeah, I have Android Studio on here, which is essentially IntelliJ. So I'll be dealing with that once we start firing up the mobile stuff. But I start trying to learn Flutter and Dart and all that. So, yeah. Yeah. I don't have any need for any application context in here right now, so I'm just gonna let that go away. This is our API filter chain for all these authorities. I have not tried any of the JSON Web Token stuff. But at some point I'll probably have to try that out and see how that works. But right now through Postman, the basic flow is working. The basic OAuth flow is working. We have that. You basically write patch gallery, blah blah blah. Okay. So I'm gonna need a. Where should I put that? I guess I should put the developer dashboard. I mean, that's part of the API config. So I should probably put that in here in this file. And that would be, let's see. Where's my, is it hex security? So authenticated. We got settings, dashboard. I'm gonna have a couple different dashboards. I guess it can still just say dashboard. Course disable, has role user, auth manager, remember me, form login. I think that's fine. I think as long as you're logged in, you should be able to access the. I'm just going to add it to this one for now. I don't think I need anything special or different. So we'll say /dev ** or developer. I'll just spell it out. You got settings, you got dashboard, you got developer. All require user role. So you have to be logged in, access them. But they support remember me token. And they all go through the form login. Yeah, do that. I'll just add it there. I think that makes sense. Oh, the other thing I wanted to do before I forget. So we have this OAuth consent form here. Now, when I did the there's a couple things I want to do here. First of all, I want to move the username and the avatar to the center, top center, so they're more prominent. And then I'll just change the wording of this to match it. The other thing I want to do is I applied the main layout to this, which means it's got like the top nav and all that stuff. And I don't want to do that. I want to have like the basic, I think it's minimal, I think I called it. That just does content settings. Okay, settings is the one I want. It's got the HTML header. No, it's got top navigation. No, I'll have to make a layout for it. Because basically it's a step above minimal. Because I want to show, because minimal just shows the content. I want to show, I need an HTML head and all that stuff. And I want to show messages, like system messages and error messages. But I don't want any of the navigation stuff. Because my fear there is what I do when they say cancel is like I send them back to logout. And if the main navigation's still there, technically they can click on login and try to log back in again. And that might put us in a weird state. So instead I want to get rid of all the navigation stuff, have just basically the logo with all the header includes and stuff, and then whatever the content is. So it would be essentially this, but call it layout. What do I call it? Layout. No navigation. Go ahead, so get rid of the top navigation. Leave the messages and the view content. Yeah. We'll save that. And then in my, where is it at? Instant controller. I hate this highlight. Why does this highlight this way? I hate it so much. If is not followed by white. Alright, fine. Check style highlights are super freaking annoying. How do I tell it to, where's the, text style, I say highlights. All these appearance things. Syntax coloring. What about error? My current line. Under color and fonts, maybe? Text editor, colored labels. No idea here. View and editor folders. That's a pain in the ass. Where's the Ellipse check style highlight color? Here we go. Other people have searched for it. Check style warnings. Window preferences, general editors, text editors, annotations. Yeah, how would I ever freaking find that? Annotation. Why would it under annotations? But okay. There's annotations. There we go. Textile error. Go with that maybe. No info. No warning. Apply. Okay, better. Because I can actually read the text now. Alright. Anyway. So we've got that. I'm surprised it didn't format that automatically for me when I saved, but anyway. I was in here to do layouts. No navigation. That. Okay. And then the other thing I was thinking about, I'm redirecting it to logout. That actually redirects you, like that logs you out, but then it also sends you back to the home page. I think what I want to do is I want to have a special logout page that just has a message that says you have logged out. And that's it. It doesn't take you anywhere else. For just this purpose where when you say cancel, boom, you can't do anything else in the system. Just out of an abundance of caution. And there might be other instances where I would need that as well. Maybe not that many, but there might be a few, so I like to do that. So what we gotta do here is save views, new folder, logout. I know login is here, but I just felt the need to put it under another folder. File, logout HTML. And let's grab login here. Class container. H1, H-text, and I need my master property that here. Move you, I guess, over there. That's fine. say log out. Oops. Log out. Text. There we go. And this will just be log out X. There. Back over here. Cool. Now be on the no navigation layout, and then I want to do. Do I have a login controller? Oh, do I have a logout? Oh no, I have yeah, I have a it just knows in the HTTP security Spring security stuff just knows if I go to /logout to do stuff. I wonder. Form logout. Logout success URL. Logout. This is a shortcut for logout success handler. Blah blah blah. Oh, that's right. You have to actually post the logout for the logout to actually work because of CSRF protection. Forgot about that. That's actually not going to work the way I have it, so I am going to need this anyway. Logout request matcher, logout URL. Get. Okay, so I can't rely on it to do it itself. So I'm gonna need to. I need to delete cookies, invalidate the session, and clear authentication. Is there a way that I can invoke that programmatically? I think there is. So strings security invoke logout. Okay, false. Validate HTTP session. According to documentation, HTTP servlet request logout method can be used to log the current user out. The context holder will be cleared out. The HTTP session will be invalidated. Any remember me authentication will be cleaned up, etc. Bring the logout functionality is integrated with the servlet, and you just invoke logout on your HTTP servlet request. Okay. That is, if that works, that is very, very easy. And I like it. I hope it works. Session registry. We want to force logout in all sessions of a user, then use get all sessions. Will expire now of each session information. Into the logout page. So many different answers that redirect session invalidate their context. Alright, well, I guess this is the accepted answer. After request logout, I still have an authorized user and security context holder, get context, get authentication. This guy says. So, what are they saying down here? Context logout handler. I could do a new one and log out. Then my controller logout and redirect user login page in Spring Security 423. Clear context. Invalidate. Just log out. I guess I'll do both. I'll do request.logout and security context holder, clear context. Just to be absolutely pedantic about it. And then return the actual thing. Alright, so let's do that. I want that. I'll just do it in. I'm actually going to do it in the login controller, even though it seems like an oxymoron. Public string logout. Request. Get mapping. Logout. Only. I'm going to call it. And we'll do request.logout. Yeah, request.logout. And security context folder. Your context, and then that page. Oh, you know what? I need a boot model for that. Page title, request model, and title.logout. That layout, as model layout, no navigation. Why is that thing? Alright. Alright, fine. These up here. And I mean, that's, I'm not even going to flag an error for that. I'm just going to log it and have that, then return log out. Log out only. So then over on the consent page, cancel button should go to /logouts only. There. And then let's see if I can move some stuff around here. So I'm going to put the let's do paragraph. Let's grab this user display name or user avatar. Turn that into a div. A div as well. Goes in the center. Okay, and then the description, go with consent description start. Application wants to access your account. Okay, so that's actually still valid. Oh well, the application wants to access your account. I'll say the application is requesting access to your account. Please review the permissions requested permissions below. Alright, so I have that. This guy stays pretty much the same. hopefully. Save that. All right. Then go things with oops. Truncate table OAuth to authorization consent. Do authorization first, and then consent. All right, so these should be empty now. Good. Okay. Those are empty. And what else do I want to do? I guess we just compile and give it a whirl. Oh, no, I gotta change the controller one more. Where the hell's the controller at? There it is. This should redirect to logout only. And the same with this. Save those. I do need to update the registry here. Let's just change the scopes. So instead of read, it'll be basic read for right now. At I gotta change the. I have to add the scope messages in here, so I might as well do that. OAuth scope profile. So we get basic read. So that will be play name, avatar. I don't know what it says. The application will be able to read your display name, avatar. When you created your account. When you created your account. Read inbox messages. Read inbox messages. Read your visual and chat references. and access your watch recommendations. Okay, so we got basic read, basic write to alter. Your display name and avatar. Alter your visual and chat preferences. Basically just that. And alter your visual and chat preferences, I think, is the only... Oh, and follow and unfollow channels. And follow, unfollow channels. Oh, what else? Chat. Channel read, channel write. Be able to impersonate you in chat. And write chat messages as you. I'll read. Able to read. Application will be able to read your channel name, stream metadata. Metadata. Receive stream events. Okay, stream events. God, why is my brain not remember things? Viewer and retrieve viewer data and retrieve viewer data. We got right. So You should be able to. Did I say change your channel name? Yeah. To alter your channel name, stream details, alter read, alter stream details, go live on your channel. And moderate your stream chat. And what's the next one? Screen chat, read write, helpful and interactive. Is screen chat helpful, active? You'll be able to read and send chat messages into your stream. And read and send chat messages on your channel. And account full. Hold on sub, password, 2FA, activate channel, screen key. You will be able to alter your security settings. Including changing your password and two-factor authentication settings. Access your stream. Alter your stream key. Subscribe. Create and manage your subscriptions. That's it. Okay. And of course I put that on the wrong line. Wait. Wait a minute. Read right, chat, read right, chat. Full. Oh, yeah, I did put that on the wrong line. Okay. I'm like, clearly I'm going crazy here. There we go. The application will be able to access the interactive features of your channel. Okay, so I have those enumerated for now in their current form, I guess. These will be more important on the next page we're creating, but they're also important here. What am I thinking here? I have those basically right, blah blah blah. Did I put those? No, I think we're fine. This should be SSO profile information. Put anything over here? I think we're good here. I think we're good all around. So, project clean. Clean deploy. Work directory. Start this puppy up. Come into here. We'll clear cookies just for sake of it. Get access token. Okay. Failed. Oh, because I was I gotta change the scope I'm asking for. That's right. Scope should be basic. No. Try that again. Aha. User 1. I gotta get user 1's password here. User 1. Copy that. Over here. Bam. Log in. Oh my goodness, that is a ginormous. I don't know why that came in so large, but okay. I'll have to fix that a little bit. Not exactly what I was looking for. The application test is requesting access to your account. Please review the requested permissions below. Following permissions are requested by the application. Please review these and consent if you approve. Application will be able to read your display name, avatar, see when you create your account, read inbox messages, read that, and access your watch recommendations. Alright. So before we set allow, let's try cancel and see if that works. Okay, you've been logged out of the system. What does that do over here? Authentication failed. Good. Good. That is correct because it did. So we'll say get new access token. I'm noticing too that this Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a different, because this has the navigation menu in it too, right? Which is not what I want there either. And I do want the bar though with the image, so I'm gonna have to alter that minimal thing first. But anyway, user 1, password, login, allow, authentication complete. There's our access token that we got given. Use the token, hit this endpoint, and we got OK back. Nice. Alright, so we're authorized. I go in the database, I look to see if the consent was given. Damn it. What does that? Here. There we go. Scope basic read was branded for that user. The authorization table has the failed attempt. With authorized scopes of null. Not sure I like that it keeps the failed attempts around. I mean, I know it doesn't have any code value or stuff in it, but I'm not pleased about leaving junk in a database. But I suppose I can have something clean those up as we go through there. Or I'll just... maybe I'll change something that's how it's doing it. But anyway. And the problem with it is it's kind of chicken and egg. It has to have a record in order to go through the consent and all that stuff, so it is what it is. So this is the one that succeeded. And authorization code value. Code issued. Access token. So what about, oh, you know what, that's right, because there's an access token. An authorization code, and then there's an access token, and then there is a refresh token. I gotta figure out how this is handled. Because the access token lasts for the same amount of time the authorization code is lasting. I gotta figure out the difference between those again. Because I always get confused with the different tokens that you can do. But otherwise, it's okay-ish. That one, the avatar image expanding out to the limits, though, is kind of a weird one. But where's that at? Oh, you know why? Because I didn't put any... I really don't have any size things on this, do I? That's interesting. What is the default? What is the default for avatar? I guess I do it in the service, don't I? For avatar service. Is it 40? Size is 40. So it's probably 40 by 40. I really should have a width and height on it in the nav bar. I'm surprised I didn't set that there. Remove our consent authorization again. And the other thing is your display name wasn't in the center, so I guess I have to do I don't know if text center will work there. I think it would still be applying to text center, but put it on there anyway and see if that helps. So here it is. New. Why is that stretching out like that? Why in the hell is that? I don't know why that's stretching out like that. That's so strange. If I just take the div class row out of there. This. Okay, that works. That works a lot better. There's a lot of space there, but it's still prominent, which I'm cool with. Well, that's good. Use token, send. Okay. That's good. Save that. That's good enough right now for the moment. Obviously, want to work on all of it. But I do want to get this. Actually, want to work on the. Where's that? No navigation. So where does the fragment HTML header? So the top navigation has the site image in it. Yeah, it does. So what if I just did this? Grab this div. Navbar brand. Grab that. And we'll say maybe clean. I'll probably have to put navbar in there, but anyway, we'll say clean navbar. or minimal nav bar maybe. Okay, so I just need the other thing here, right? I don't need all of that, just some of it. Need the thyme leaf one, and not the spring security one. And no, whoops. Each fragment. Wait, I have to. Right, .nav. Each fragment. Minimal nav. Alright. And in here we say div ph replace fragment minimal nav bar. Yeah, minimal nav bar, minimal nav. And those. And then here, the access token. I need to copy paste that again. Uh-oh. I broke it. Parses expression fragment minimal. Oh, because I got the other part of it. Okay. Oh, went right to the consent authorization there. Interesting. But it's still having an issue? Private minimal nav bar. Minimal nav template fragment cannot be resolved. Alright, minimal nav bar. Oh, because I did minimal dash nav. That would be why. Go 1. There it is. Now it's got the hex logo there. That's what I wanted. Although I would have liked to have the gray bar. But at least we have the logo there. Oh no, the system. I just gotta do it on here. So that goes to /log. Where's that go? Oh yeah, that's right. I'm setting it to / oh, excuse me. I'm setting it to /login in the security. So it's gonna be up here. Let's stop the server for a moment, and then where's my thing at here? Boom, 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 boom. Health server config. That's not the one, is it? Oh yeah, login URL authentication entry point. Going to regular login. Didn't I have another login on here, right? Login controller. I have login modal, which does the minimal layout, which is not exactly what I want, because I still want the logo and stuff there. I think what I'll do is I'll say public string view minimal. Model and Boolean error. Here required false default value. False. Model add attribute. Error. Let's do page title. Login. That's another thing. Did I don't know if I put it. Messages. I do have total consent. Title login. That. I really should set that on all these. Page title. No, need that on the modal. but set page cell here to login. Set layout. Layout. No. No. Layout. Flash. No. Nation. And do this. It'll come back to, instead of login modal, come back to login minimal. Minimal there. Login. Okay, this should be login full. That's where we were going before. Go. Okay, login minimal. I have to change that in here. Login minimal. Which should now just give me the logo like the other pages were, and I can figure out the gray bar at some point. I'm not too hung up on that. Project clean. Clean deploy. Our work directory. Fire it up. Okay. What do we got here? I don't think that's the right password. Let me copy that again. Looked a bit long. There we go, and it's got the regular, the gray bars going there. We got this. Allow. Authorization complete. Use the token. Send this. Got OK, so we have access to the API. Alright, good. We're now more consistent with that stuff. Of course, what's interesting there, though, is when I typed the wrong information, I think this just failed outright, which is fine. If I'm remembering correctly, let's try remove our consent. And do that, and then share cookies, get new access token, user 1. I'll put the wrong password in. Yeah, it just closes it before it even gives you a chance to go any further, and I'm okay with it. I mean, that's really a Postman thing. That's not necessarily what'll happen with other third parties, but I'm cool with that being what Postman does. So you get only one shot to get it right, otherwise it's kapoof. wonder if that's on our, I wonder if you can set that on our settings or something. I'll redirect. Enable cookie jar. Yeah, no. Alright. Still fine by me. Still fine by me. What I wanted to see though is, let's get a explanation of all off to authorization code versus access token versus refresh token. What is the difference between authorization code and access token? The authorization code is a temporary code that the client will exchange for an access token. Let's see. Authorization code grant. The authorization code is a temporary code that the client will exchange for an access token. The code itself is obtained from the authorization server, where user gets a chance to see what the information the client is requesting and approve or deny a request. Okay, that's the consent stuff. The authorization code flow offers a few benefits over the other grant types. When the user authorizes the application, they are redirected back to the application with a temporary code and URL. The application exchanges that code for the access token. When the application makes the request for the access token, that request can be authenticated with the client's secret, okay, which reduces the risk of an attacker intercepting an authorization code and using it themselves. This also means the access token is never visible to the user or their browser, though it is the most secure way to pass the token back to the application, reducing the risk of token leaking to someone else. First step of the web flow is to request authorization from the user. This is accomplished by creating an authorization request for the user to click on. The authorization URL is usually this, right, which is what it is for us. And requesting scopes and everything. Note that you will most likely first need to register your redirect URL at the service before it will be accepted. Also means you can't change your redirect URL per request. Instead, you can use the state parameter to customize the request. Okay. Okay. So I do need to keep the redirect URL in the database, because the redirect URL is set by the author so that it comes back to a spot where they can read the tokens and stuff. And then the state parameter gets tacked on to the end of that, and that's really just, the state parameter is really just there for their benefit, not for the server's benefit. Okay. After the user visits the authorization page, the server shows the user explanation, blah, blah, blah. They click approve. The server will redirect back to the app with a code and the same state parameter you provide in the query string parameter. Important to note that this is not an access token. The only thing you can do with the authorization code is to make a request to get an access token. Okay. ACE for server side. Authorization request parameters. The user approves the request. After the user is taken to service and sees the request, they will either allow or deny a request. If they allow the request, It'll be redirected back to the redirect URL specified along with an authorization code and a query string. The app then needs to exchange this authorization code for an access token. To exchange for an access token, the app makes a post request to the service's token endpoint. The request will have the following parameters: grant type must be set to authorization code. The code, redirect URI. Redirect URI is included in the initial authorization request. It must be included in a token request as well, and must be identical. Some services support registering multiple redirect URLs, and some require the redirect URL to be specified on each request. Okay. Client authentication. Service will require the client authenticate itself when making a request. This typically services support client authentication via HTTP basic auth with the client's client ID and client secrets. As post body parameters. Okay. Basic. Probably just do basic auth, but I guess I could accept them as post body parameters too, because they would be, I guess, theoretically more secure, but its whole thing is going over HTTPS, so which is a MTLS or private key JSON web token. Okay. Verifier. Okay, and then example flow. Approves a request. Redirects user back to the app. Auth code for an access token. But what about a refresh token? In order for the authorization code grant to be secure, the authorization page must appear in a web browser. If the app wants to use the authorization code grant but can't protect the secret, then the client secret is not required when making a request to exchange the auth code for an access token. PKC must be used as well. Okay. This is not helping me with my other question. What's the difference between an auth code and a refresh token? So an access token provides access to restricted resources to an authorized client after authentication has taken place. A refresh token is used by the client in order to retrieve new access tokens with identical or narrower scope. Authorization code grant preferred. Yeah. Implicit grant. Need them to be compromised as they're no longer under control of the server app. 100 client. Refresh tokens are not issued during implicit grant. Okay. Authorization code grant, on the other hand, prevents the potential for refresh tokens to be exposed. During this grant, the authorization server issues a code instead of tokens. The code is then passed by user agents to the client application, which exchanges the code with the authorization server to retrieve access and refresh tokens. Code exchange is performed directly. The refresh token can be securely issued. Yeah. An access token as well as a refresh token. We'd use the refresh token to refresh an expired access token. Not generate a new access token, it only refreshes an existing token. It'll give you a new access token and refresh token and extend the expiry time. Hey, Zero Effects. Welcome. Always expanding my ability. Yeah, trying. The refresh token gives you a new access token. And a refresh token will extend the expiry time. And last time. Oh, so no, I think they're confounding the two things. So a refresh token just refreshes the existing access token, so you're not passing the access token back. You're only passing another refresh token back, which extends the expiration of the access token, right? Huh. I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Just trying to wrap my brain around what I need and what I don't need out of the OAuth stuff now that it seems to be working. I guess let's go off to recommended token expiration. There you go. Access token lifetime. Short-lived access tokens and long-lived refresh tokens. Common method of granting tokens is to use a combination of access tokens and refresh tokens. Okay. Will issue typically services using this method will issue access tokens that last anywhere from several hours to a couple of weeks. When the service issues the access token, it also generates a refresh token that never expires and returns that in the response as well. When the access token expires, the application can use the refresh token to obtain a new access token. You can do this behind the scenes without the user's involvement. Custom code access tokens. Issue a short expiration time, so the application is forced to continually refresh them, given service a chance to revoke access if needed. Okay. It's often frustrating to have to deal with refresh tokens. Developers strongly prefer access tokens that don't expire, since it's much less code to deal with. Puts token refreshing logic into their SDK. Yeah. Short-lived access tokens. I want to ensure users are aware that applications are accessing their accounts. Relatively short-lived access tokens without refresh tokens. Should be forced to make the user sign in again. They're constantly reauthorizing it. Yeah. I don't want that. Non-expiring access tokens are the easiest method. I don't want that either. Use non-expiring access tokens when you have a mechanism to revoke access tokens arbitrarily. Yeah, no, I still want, I think I want the refresh tokens and stuff. So refreshing, issues refresh tokens along with the access token. You'll need to implement the refresh grant fight. You can continue. But wait a minute, this, I just did an authorization, right? Fires at 5:36. Oh, it's already. Alright, so if I hit refresh, token expired already. Okay. So if I do get new access token. Alright. Do that, we get a new token. Then presumably, so this fires at 5:54. So if I hit refresh, presumably this is going out, this is using the refresh token to bump the expiry up. So that says expires at 5:54. Let's see what we've got in here. Yep, 5:54. 55. Alright, so then I hit refresh. But not refreshed token. So do I not have the flow set up properly? Posting to OAuth 2 token. And it's getting a 500 error, so there is something there listening. Alright, what's the stack trace? That's not the stack trace. I gotta get rid of that so that it doesn't keep doing that. But where's the... Post auth to token. Here's SQL statement. Select. It's just running select statements, so is this stack trace really, is this actually causing me issues here? Okay. Dash access to module. Spring security. Why is this a thing? What is this? Obviously I don't have the spring security cat. What is this? Cats, I'm like a central authentication service, open source. Context of spring security. What the frig is this? That's authentication entry point. I don't even know what this is for. Enterprise-wide single sign-on system known as CAT. Arrow. Why is this being pulled in to at all? Why in God's name is this being pulled in if this is like some third party paid for service that has nothing at all to do with what we're trying to do? That's really strange. Enterprise single sign-on solution has also open source. I don't know why there's a hard dependency on it. That seems weird. Oh wait, what is this? Java 8 daytime type, Java type instant not supported by default module. Yeah, okay. That's throwing a different error of some kind here. Light offset unknown. Hex to authorization mapper. Hex auth to authorization mapper. Okay. Oh, I see what's happening. Okay, so I gotta bring it. Okay, I know what's going on. I think. Alright, I'm gonna be right back, friends. I have to hit the restroom. I'm gonna take a 2-minute break. So, hang tight, everybody. Okay, I am back. Let's see if we fix this, if that fixes the refresh token stuff. So what is it actually doing here? It's parsing map row. So 101 access token metadata. Access token metadata. Hey, Nodira. I am currently working on OAuth authorization access to API, to an API that I'll be creating for ultimately for a streaming service, open source thing. Essentially what I'm trying to do is I have the basic basic login stuff for the website done, and now I have a separate API endpoint that will have some API calls in it that will be used by like the mobile app and stuff like that. And so what I want to do is get that working and in place, and right now it's working, but I want to get it, all the different pieces of that solid, so that I can then start to learn how to do a mobile app, and I could have the mobile app go through its authentication and hit the backend API and all that stuff. So, yep. Yeah, I'm using Java. Yep. Because it is what I am most familiar with. What I use in a day job. And given that this was this is like a huge like hobby project, I figured, rather than learn another language for it, let's just kind of go with what I know right now. And it's good. I'm still learning stuff, but I'm learning stuff and I'm using stuff that I'm used to. So I'm kind of like making it a little bit nicer. I'm learning stuff better, I feel like, that way. You're studying computer science and using Java as well? Yep. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, there's as much as people will be down on it, you will not have difficulties finding a job as a Java programmer. I mean, that's true for other languages as well, but it's still true for Java too. So it's not a bad thing to start out in my opinion. But I've been doing it for 10 years, so I am a bit jaded. Maybe is not the right word. I'm not an independent thought person on it, I guess. Yeah. See millionaires like me. I'm not. Millionaire? Nope. Not I. But the pay is excellent though. I will say that much. I can't say how much it is because that's many companies consider that confidential information, so I can't really divulge that. But what's to say, I'm doing well. So it's it's good. It's a good living. It does, it's still hard work despite sitting in front of for amount above 2 million. A tougher amount above 2 million. Yeah, I'm not. I can at least say that I'm far from that level. Far from that level. But I'm also not hurting either. So that's always the good part of that. Yeah, it's I mean, when I got out of college. So I graduated college in 2001. 2001? Yes. Wait a minute. 98. 2002. Trying to think now. Yeah. So 2002, I graduated college, and that was right at the .com bubble was still going on. Had just started and then was well within its thing. So we went from having you look at the newspaper and it had entire sections with tech jobs to just a half a page of tech jobs. That was an interesting time. But yeah, I got my start there, and then I started at a small startup. So right out of college, I was making only 30 grand, which is pretty crappy, even for that time. But that small startup, I stayed with them for 5 years. Actually, it was 5 years. Yeah, a little over 5 years. And when I joined them, there was, maybe 20 people. And when I left, they had grown by leaps and bounds. There were about I want to say 400 people, or at least close to that. And that was the experience of going from such a small group to such a large group was invaluable. There was just so many things. You just saw how things you could get away with as a small group, you just couldn't get away with anymore as a larger group, and all that stuff. And interviewed tons of people, got all kinds of interviewing candidates, all kinds of experience with that. I ended up going so I was a junior developer there, and then went all the way up to eventually software architect. which you don't hear too much of anymore. But that was their title, because they had developers and architects. Now it's more like engineers and senior engineers, and I guess you still do have architects around. So yeah, sometimes it's lead engineers they call them now. So yeah, that was a thing, and my pay went, right up there. Went from, so that I could talk about, because that company doesn't exist anymore. But that was like, I started out at 30 grand, and I left there 5 years later at 95 grand. So yeah, that was interesting times. Yeah, software architect really, it's weird. It's like, it's kind of a meta title now, right? It's like all the architects, quote unquote, in the company are just senior engineer, right? But they have like an architect role kind of thing. It's, yeah. And every company is different. They all name everybody differently, regardless of where you go. In fact, the company I work at, we were named one thing when I joined, and then we got bought by another company, and they changed everybody's titles to something else, right? And it's just like, the title means nothing, because there was no money increase with a title, so the title is just whatever they decide to throw into the HR software, whatever the HR software supports or calls it, I guess. But you want to know another title that I had back in college? Webmaster. Now there's a title that has completely disappeared. I was a webmaster for as a part-time job in college. Not for the college, but for a different organization. And yeah, you don't hear that term anymore either. That's old school. You still have that title? Really? Well, hey, good on you. I was pretty certain that the title had disappeared, but perhaps it still hangs on by a thread. Because aren't you like, don't they just call them web devs now? Or something like that? It's not given anymore. You're just hanging on to it. You're like, this was mine. You will not take this away from me. Oh, that's great. That's great. Yeah, I mean, they're just, right. I mean, the webmaster back in the day was both a web dev and a system admin kind of rolled up in one. And now it's just, you're either a system admin or you're a web dev, right? Been a webmaster for this company, been contracted for the last 25 years. Oh, there you go. I mean, hang on to it. It's a golden title, man. And today you're both. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Hang on to that, because that is a title that I don't believe even exists anymore, except probably in the distant corners of the technology world. Add module. Jackson data type. JSR 310. Jackson data type JSR 310. Let's go. And come on. MVN. What the? Journeys? What the hell's a journey? What is that thing? Something new? Alright. Jackson. Data type. ASR. $310. Alright, we'll grab that. What's my Jackson version? $15.2. Okay. There you go. Let's do that. I wonder if that will fix the refresh tokens. Got into a conversation with a younger sysadmin a while back, and we're talking about side gigs. Thought webmasters were just the people emailed back in the day when they had an issue using the website. I mean, that was one part of the job. was being mailed to a webmaster at whatever. That was one part. It was kind of like an everyman thing, right? It was like, you know, update the web pages, keep the servers running, and depending on whether you had another sysadmin that had the actual sysadmin role, you would have to manage like email servers and stuff like that. But usually the sysadmin, the blessed sysadmin would be the one that's doing with the email stuff. Today's DevOps guys. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, the DevOps. Mm-hmm. Although I think the one thing, I think DevOps is slightly more, because you'd have to, because DevOps also deals with, I guess, application bug fixes in addition to the website stuff. But I guess, no, I guess that is about the same. Yeah, because I was dealing with database stuff as a webmaster too. And of course, I was working in the state education system, so they were all about Macs and Apple products, because Apple basically showered all the educational institutions with deep discounts on all their products in order to get the leg up on Microsoft. And so like all the educational areas were just like iMacs and the Mac laptops. I forget what they were called, but they had another I thing. And part of that was we had databases that we needed in order for registration forms, because educators could register for like events and meetings and stuff that would be conducted on our campus. And so they had a database sitting there with all the information. And of course, since everything was Mac, it was FileMaker Pro was the database. And that, because it had a CGI module attached to it, so it could run embedded in a web page, which was a novel thing at the time. And man, that was a trip. It was a trip dealing with that database. I'm kind of glad that I wonder if that even exists anymore. Is there even a FileMaker Pro anymore? Because that is hilarious if there is. Yeah, Claris. Yeah. Let's see here. FileMaker. Mac OS 10.14, 10.15. But this was Mac OS 9 when I was doing it. This wasn't even like the halfway decent Mac OS. Ubuntu 18 as well. Virus.com/FileMaker. Really? Wow. FileMaker 2023. It still exists. Holy hell. They've got a web page up here. Let's go. There's Connect. Can I get some actual pictures here? I mean, this does not ring a bell. I guess it's sort of does. Looks super different from what I remember. It definitely wasn't. Yeah, okay, no. It was graphical. It had a graphical thing like this, but this is like much slicker than the graphics I was able to put together. Like when I was doing it, it just had a form here in the center, and you would just say what fields you wanted in the form, and then it would generate its version of HTML, and then you would just take that and style it yourself in your own WYSIWYG editor, and then send it through the CGI parser here, and it would take it from there. It looks like they've integrated their own WYSIWYG editor now into there. Oh, crazy. No, just no. I never want to touch FileMaker crap again. Yep. I feel the same way. I'm surprised. I'm shocked it still exists. But I mean, then again, it's like one of those things where if you don't know, it's like it's almost like the precursor to no code stuff, where you can now, the idea was you didn't need to know much. You could just, as long as you knew how to like drag and drop and kind of, you could focus on the aesthetics of something, and then it would deal with all the minutia and stuff. So I guess it's kind of the granddaddy of that. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised that it still exists, because no code's still a fairly popular thing. So, oh, okay. Weird. That was a trip down memory lane there. Holy hell, I haven't thought about that in forever. Then came the onslaught of all the insert language here maker. Yeah, is that... all the programmers that use PHP Maker. Is there actually... So, I never... The PHP Maker... Was there other languages as well? Yeah, PHP Code Generator... Because this one I've heard about. but I don't know, is there like a... EPP makers? No, that's not it. Huh. No. And one for all the major languages. Really? So is there a... Are these all separate companies or all the same? CD app maker. Here we go. Huh. Create Android and iOS app from your database. I have no idea what that means. So basically the app would just be, I mean, is this the Android equivalent of FileMaker Pro? Is that what this is? Because that's what it sounds like. We'll just have it all just sit on top of the database and it'll be fine. It'll just be a bunch of pages that are just fill-in fields. Oh yeah, they all link together. ASP.NET Maker. What else do we have here? Yeah, I know there was a huge influx of the no-code companies. Yeah, I think in fact, I think some of the people I worked for in the first job I was talking about, I think they created a no-code company as a spin-off to what they were doing, which kind of made sense based on what we were doing. I mean, we were doing insurance stuff, and we had it such that basically non-programmers could wire up, you know, mathematical stuff for calculating insurance premiums and stuff like that, and customize it for whatever their packages are, and just have that run nightly in nightly batches and stuff. So for them to go off and spin up like a no-code company made a whole lot of sense, because they were kind of already doing that sort of thing. That's where we basically, like, you had actuaries and stuff who would put code in, quote unquote, in XML tags, and we save it to the database, and then we would take that and convert it to Java code using Janino, which I wonder, I bet Janino still around, huh? Yeah, super fast Java compiler. Oh wow, it's still getting updates and stuff too. Cool. So I would take the XML, I'd write, based on the XML that was there, write Java code, send it through the Janino compiler, and then run, in the batch job, run the compiled, essentially compiled XML that was compiled to Java code, because we needed like bare metal performance with it. And parsing XML has always been the least performant thing you could ever do. So we would do that, we'd do it ahead of time, parse it out, and keep it in a cache, and then just run the compiled code. That was interesting. It was interesting times. That, is this, we're stopped here, right? Let go, even, and update. And let's say okay. Bring that down. All right, let's see if that happens to fix the refresh token issue we're seeing, or not. I'm not sure, because everything else seemed to be working. So it's entirely possible that I'm just missing whatever I need to do in order to allow for the refresh workflow. That and did I start the server? Oh, I didn't start the server. It helps. It helps to actually run the server. There you go. All right, so user one. That is definitely not the password. Copy that. Allow. That was complete. Refresh token we got. Okay, use the token. Now it says the token expires at 6:37 p.m. today. Should match up with what's in database here. And it does. 37. If I say refresh. No, we're getting that. But are we getting an error here? Yeah, we are. Unexpected token field name. The Java time instant value. Really having a problem with something internal here. And all I'm doing is mapping the access token metadata column. So I'm wondering if I even need that. What is in the access token metadata? It's out of here. See it better. So what's going on here? Claims sub-user scope. There's the Java time instance that it's claiming about. Epic second nano. MDF. What was that? Unexpected token field name. What should be a bug in? This feels like it's a bug in Spring Security here. JSON format to your instant property. What's writing the access token metadata? Being written by what? What is it trying to? So it's trying to do access token metadata put all builder token. Being a map of string objects. This is the mapper trying to read it. So what writes? So the off through authorization DAO, right? So it's already set in the project. Oh, right. We have this param mapper, right? So I go in here and I'm saying get metadata. Basic code SQL parameters. First token. Metadata associated with the token. Oh, I wonder if this is... I'm using date and they were using timestamp. I wonder if this is why they were using timestamp. Shouldn't be. Like, date should work. W till date. This came from auth through authorization parameters mapper. Yeah, so they're using timestamp. No SQL timestamp. I wonder if that's making all the difference. Well, it's all going into a token, right? Actually, in my case, it's all going into a Pojo and then going out. So I guess it doesn't hurt for me to change that around. It's all going into this Pojo here. And I could change the dates to timestamp. It just means that they're more annoying to deal with later on. That's why I made them dates, because dates are less annoying to deal with. But if it's breaking, token metadata, what it's weird though. Is it not breaking for the authorization code metadata, even though it's calling the same stuff, right? Oh, wait a minute. Token issued at token expires at. Oh, because they take instance. Oh. That's just to create the actual token object. It does remain though that it's odd that it first map. Odd that it didn't break on authorization code metadata, but then again, authorization code metadata. The mapper. Where's the... Where's the other thing at... Okay, here it is. So... authorization code access token, and this is access token. The authorization code also had fires that and issue that, but that's why. I'm drawing a blank here. Why? But it seemed like it worked once, but not. That's access token, authorization code, metadata. Oh, because there's nothing in there. If there had been instance in there, they would have failed then. Okay. But it doesn't change the fact that we're putting an instant in there, right? In the access token metadata. You're putting a job time instant there, but how is it getting that? Metadata token claims. What's the parameters mapper? So, full name. How did that? Okay, it's parsing where it's failing, but then how did it get that? How did it write that out there? Let's do authorization token. Access token. Metadata. Metadata. Right map. Value string, so just object mapper, right? Value string token. Parse token. was authorization code, right? That was access token. So this parse token here. The get token. Parse token, access token. What is so token value? Metadata is null. Token issues token expires at. Wait, the metadata is. No. We're doing a token.get metadata. How does that work? I guess it's got default metadata. When I get token. So I'll have to access token. Type. It gets those in. Wait, what? Authorization get token. I'll have to access token class. Circuit token is not equal null, do that, otherwise return null. Tokens get turns value to which spec key is met. Okay. Just that token. There's nothing in here though. Abstract. Token value issued at expires at. To our instance. So why is it? This feels like it's a bug. Though I'm also kind of wondering why it's even a thing. Why do we need this? I mean, I know why we need the access token, but why do we need the... Why do we need the metadata? What is it doing? Is there anything in here that... I guess it's... I guess the metadata must be for the JWT stuff, maybe? Having a ton of problems with Showtime Instant, which is very strange because that would mean that there's a bug somewhere else. But it also doesn't, but they were using timestamp. If I change this to timestamp. I don't see how this would help because it's going into the JSON as an instant. That's what they wanted. If I do that, these pojos. Oh yeah, I am setting it in there. Hooking. But really that's just, these aren't broken. That was just for writing the metadata. I wrote the metadata as a timestamp. And then when I read it back out, I'm reading it out as a timestamp. Which is the weird thing, because nothing here has broken. These are still date. Oh, did I? Wait a minute. Oh, that's why that didn't break, because I didn't change this to timestamp. I'm actually surprised though, it's letting me Oh, because it's a thin wrapper around Java till date. So that's why it's letting me use timestamps and dates interchangeably. I can still have it as a date in the other stuff and then just try it as a timestamp in when I actually write the map. But still writing it as an instant, right? So how does this help? Like, I can't fathom that this will work suddenly. Then again, if it does suddenly work, whatever. I'll take it. Here, 01. Okay, use token. Not refresh token, alright. Now what? Same thing, same deal? Yeah, it's still the same issue. Unexpected token field name. For Java time instant value. Right, so that didn't really make any difference. I don't know. Copy that. Is there something? Let me just make sure this is well-formed JSON. That's valid. So this is for XML, not JSON, but XML. What is not thick? One of Jackson. Let me see. 8 instant. Do I have to? Oh, I do have to. Oh, I have to register the module. It looks like. And use Java time model. Java time model. Okay. So we'll stop this for a second. And I want to go. I can't do any undo here, but I can get rid of this. I'm not using it. Save that. So the object mapper, where do I register that at? Register modules. This, the object mapper. Register module. New Java 8. Java time module. That. That's for the parse map. Then, where's the other thing at? Oh, here we go. So I can put these back to dates. Okay. Project. Clean. I guess I should have figured I would have to register that module. Get to run. I guess what threw me off is that the error message changed, but it makes sense the error message changed because now it could find the class. It just couldn't do the work. User 1. I don't think that's right. Copy. Login. Authorization complete. Use the token. Let me see here. There's nothing on the console right now. Okay. I go here and I say refresh. Could not refresh. And still getting the same error. So it did find the module automatically, I guess. Unless this is in a different spot. This is a different spot. No, access token. No, the line numbers are different because I added that there. The same problem. I'm wondering if it's when I write it now. If I need that module for right, probably, maybe do. We have the parameter mapper. This object mapper, register module, new, alpha time, module there. Maybe it's on the right that it's doing it wrong now, and I don't know. This definitely seems like a bug that I've run into. Oh my god, this looks too much good. To be fair, I do have the code blown up to pretty large so you guys can see it, but no, there's a lot. There is a lot. I mean, there's a lot of just wiring things. Not nearly as much as there would have to be if I didn't have like annotation processing and stuff, but there's still a good amount. There's still a good amount. But if it helps, most of this stuff this is all the glue code. This is all the shuffling data from one side to the other. So in this case, this is shoving data into the database, and in the other case, it's pulling data out of the database. So that's why there's a lot of there's a lot to there. baby amounts of code. Yeah, honestly. I mean, these are bite-sized compared to what it could be. But you get into lots of code like this again when you're just kind of transporting data around the system. And that's basically what this is doing. It's taking the data out of the database, or this is preparing the data for the database. And then this over here is taking the data out of the database and putting it into a form that is more usable. So that's where you get into tons and tons of code like that. Yeah. That finished. So what database is this? PostgreSQL. All right, start here. What this says. That token and then refresh. Not refresh. Same problem. It's doing the JSR 310 deserializer. I don't know what the unexpected token that's running into. 207. Deserializer. So it's looking for timestamps contain no time zone info and are always configured easy. Only string values have to be adjusted. Time zone. ID number floats. Decimal. So it didn't find a float, an int, a string, an array, start object, or an embedded object. And that was for I wonder what kind of why that was. These are definitely just numbers. Property type. value number int, value number float. Just a context time zone. Is it expecting a time zone instead of it? Well, it shouldn't be. It should be just being at instant. It should be trying to do an instant. Is what it should be trying to do. Instant deserializer with 8 format. With leniency? With format overrides, just dates the context time zone. Serialized. Excuse me. No idea why this is that's breaking. It's definitely breaking when it's trying to do a refresh token lookup. Well, in reality, it's breaking when it's trying to do any kind of lookup. Yes. Really. Because it's trying to parse that. So can I console log in Java? Well, it's sort of. It's not really a console log, it's more like a logger. So I have logback set up on here, and in logback you can tell it where to put stuff. Like right now I have it whenever I do a logger.log, essentially logger.error or whatever, it will put it into a file called hex.log. Although it does still, stuff is still making it to the error, to the standard error, which is what you're seeing here. So stack traces and stuff for some reason continue to make it to standard error. And those are what's showing up here. But they also end up in this log file, and the log file is basically what I'm looking at over here. This is all the logs that are being written out, both by me and by like Spring libraries and stuff like that. I wonder actually if there's anything in here. Anything different in here? No, there isn't. It's weird. Because what's bothering me here too is this stack trace is not showing up in the log. It's showing up on standard error for some reason. And that is, I don't like that. Everything needs to, I don't care if it shows up on standard error in addition to everything, but I want all the errors and stuff to be captured in this log, because if this were deployed on a server, I don't have access to standard error there, although it will probably throw it into the Catalina out file. But then that's like, you're looking at two different logs then, which you shouldn't have to do. I have to figure out why that's allowing stuff to kind of still go to standard error, or why it's not capturing this stuff that's going to standard error. Now, unfortunately, some of this, I guess too, in this case, a lot of this stuff is being called by Spring. It's stuff that I set up, but Spring is ultimately calling it. So maybe Spring is doing some kind of weird override here. What's more important though is I can debug this. Like, I can throw breakpoints in here and go to the line and see what's happening, but in this case, I don't think it's going to help me, because this doesn't... This doesn't compute as to why there's an error here. Like, this is down in the bowels of the Jackson JSON parser library. Token field name. I bet what's happening is when I write that out, when I write that metadata out, it's got field names here, and it's really just expecting the number, maybe? That's weird though. Yeah, it's a tough bug because it's not really... It's not necessarily in my code, although somehow my code has triggered it. And this is also the problem of being on the bleeding edge when it comes to version numbers and stuff too, is that you end up finding bugs that no one else has encountered yet. DF last. Then it's almost like it's not expecting to see those there, but they should be there because they're properties of instant. Let me try something. Let me, I didn't mean to stop that. Project clean. Another clean build here. But I want to see, let me clear out the database again. Just in case somehow we're just getting like old data that is now fixed with the one change I just made. Start this back up. New access token. I'll do that. Allow complete use token. Everything's going back and forth correctly. And there's nothing on the console, right? Nope, nothing there. I refresh. That fails with a... Well, first it succeeds with a 200, and then it fails with a 500 error. For some reason it's posting twice to it. I don't know why. But it might be correct that it's supposed to post to it twice. And I'm getting the mismatched input. How weird. And this is on the deserialized, so it's trying to read in the stuff that was written out to the database. So when I wrote it out to the database, it's almost like when I wrote it out to the database, it didn't write properly. Even though I'm using Jackson still to write it. So where's the right map here? Doing right value as string. So it's a type error. The type is getting written correctly. It is an instant that's trying to write, but it's writing it in a way that the parser can't re-parse it back in again. Which is very strange because it's the same parser that's writing it is the same parser that's reading it. So somewhere I have either a mismatched configuration when I'm writing it out, or when I'm reading it in, it's getting confused. And what's making it hard too is that we're just writing it out as an object, but it's got the class there, so it knows what class to make to deserialize it from. But I also wonder, custom bean serializer factor. With config, what is this? So this is something that they had. They had a custom bean serializer factory. Extends bean serializer factory. Serializing Java beans. which is fine, but I'm guessing serializer. Is there something here? Remove ignored type. Careless getters. Is potential bean type. Construct bean. Find property type serializer. I'm wondering if this is what's... This is just doing a bean. This is looking through Java beans and just serializing all the properties it can find. And I'm wondering if this is not using the proper serialization for instant. Bean serializer factory. So if it wasn't, if it was doing, if it was using this serializer factory. For some reason they had this value to tree for daytime exception. I don't know why. I took a lot of this code from their OAuth 2 authorization parameters mapper here. Oh wait, they don't have that one. Where did I get that idea from? Oh, metadata. So how did that parameter list? Object mapper. What did it set its object mapper for here? Because I have a different thing. And I don't know how I got a different thing. Yeah, they've just got registry modules, where did I get this other thing from? Am I just being a goofball here? Wait a minute. Let's try something. Get rid of both of those. I don't know where I got those from. Because they're not in the thing that I'm extending. Okay, user 1 password. Okay, complete. We got a token. Refresh. That worked. Although it still says 746. So wait a minute. Oh. Do this. There's the 746 one. 746. Refresh token expires at 841. So, and it's 741 my time, so it bumped up the refresh token, but I thought it was supposed to bump up the access token. It bumped up. Weird. Hey, Daniel Everett, welcome. Is that not the way that works? We're at 742 here. Oh, there we go. Expires at 747 now. So if I look at this. What's this 746? Oh, here it is. Access token. Yeah. Okay, the access token bumped up to 747. Okay, cool. So that is now... That's now working. Why did I have that other code in there? Why did I have this crap in here? Because that was what was breaking it. I mean, I still needed to get that other module down, which is fine, but why was this a thing? Why did I set a different serializer factory? I mean, it's clear that I copied that from somewhere, but I wouldn't just do that willy-nilly. That's very strange. Well, we'll get rid of that because that was breaking stuff, which also means that we're not using this at all, right? There's no reference to this anymore. And there's no like with config. No, so I can get rid of this, which is great. Less code. Works for me. Boom, get out of my life. That was strange. Why did I do that? Why is past me so stupid? Why does past me suck so bad? This is what every programmer goes through when they look back at code they wrote weeks ago and months ago. They're like, why was I so bad? Oh man. So then the refresh tokens are now working. So then the question becomes, how long do I make different tokens? And unfortunately, there was no real clear answer from the OAuth website. Like, I mean, basically they said, do what you like. So I guess I just gotta kind of come up with something. So let's see, what am I feeling here? Days maybe? So I'm thinking, so by my understanding of it now, the refresh token is really the thing. So when you first when you're authorizing for the very first time, we send you an access token and a refresh token. And we see that in Postman when I do it. The access token is the determining probably the determining factor for whether or not the users have to re-log in with their third-party app. And we'll say, for our sake, it's their mobile device, their phone. So obviously that is, if you're using your phone if you're using the app on your phone all the time, you don't want to be bothered every 3 hours to log in. Now, the refresh token's entire life is to make it so that you're not passing the access token back. So in other words, what they did was they said, hey, it would be really easy for someone to sniff the wire and grab the access token, and then they can kind of issue themselves. They can just kind of, man in the middle you. So what they did was they put a refresh token in there. And they said, okay, the refresh token is the thing that your app will send back every so often in order to push forward the expiration date of the access token. So it doesn't reissue a new access token because it would have to send it over the wire, and that could be intercepted. So instead, it's just pushing the expiration date down the line a little bit every time you send your refresh token over. Now, the refresh token, what complicates things is that the refresh token also has an expiration date, which looks like it defaults to an hour, which I did not set. So that's, I'll have to find out where that is being set at. Hang on. We've hit the 5-hour limit on our music here. There we go. I caught it in time. So the refresh token's expiration date to me sounds like it sounds like to me you want the refresh token expiration date and the access token expiration date to be kind of in lockstep. I'm still not quite sure. I'm still fuzzy on how, like, if your refresh token expires and there's no way for you to get a new refresh token as far as I know. So you're then stuck where you can't refresh your access token. So eventually that's going to expire, and then you're going to have to log in again. So I'm not quite sure. I'm not gathering how that refresh token is working. So I guess my educated guess here on what to do. And then we've got an expiration on the authorization token too. Right, which they were saying the authorization code expires, and they were saying that having your authorization code expire is not necessarily needed. You log in again. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's, you would have to, right? Because your token's no longer valid. So that's why I'm like, I feel like that has to be the same amount of time as your access token expiration. Because there's no, I don't see any value in having the apps constantly ping the server every hour to refresh the access token. That just seems like that seems kind of wasteful. I can understand why you would do it, because you want those things to, you want to make sure no one's doing anything funky. But my guess is I think ultimately what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to have all the codes, both authorization code and access code and refresh token, access token I should say, and refresh token. I think I'm just going to set them all for 30 days. At least initially. I don't know how reasonable that is. And I wish there was like a blog post I could look at that would be like, here's what that means for you. I think it's fine to do that. And the reason why I think it's fine to do that is because I'm going to be providing UI pages where you can go in and see and revoke those applications from, right? Because they even said in that one post that if you provide a UI, then you don't really need an expiration date for anything, which I kind of agree with, but at the same time, I'd still want an expiration date because, you know, apps go defunct, and if you're not using it for a certain amount of time and the app is no longer updated and it's defunct, then you might forget to remove it. So might as well just invalidate it anyway. So that's a lot. You think 30 days is too long? I mean, I could see both sides of it. I could see, like, you know, 24 hours. I could see 7 days. I could see, you know, 3 months. I don't. That's kind of where I'm at. I'm not quite sure what the answer for that is. From I need someone who is a security expert who's locked down these things for OAuth before, to be like, here's the reason for doing this, here's the reason for doing that, kind of thing. In the absence of that, all I can really do is kind of throw an educated guess at it. Yes, you're right. Yeah. So I guess maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll just have like a 30-day thing. At least initially. It's something that can be changed. And again, this is all open source, so, you know, maybe someone will drop by at some point and be like, hey, I was just looking at your code and I noticed some security things here and there. You know, maybe you should change this or that, and be like, okay. You know. You know, I'm good with that. Because Lord knows I don't have all those answers. That's for sure. What else? I didn't It annoys me that I ran into that bug because I was ready and willing to get in here and start getting these pages filled out where we can actually register things. And I wanted to cull off all the parts of this that I don't want. Like, I think I'm going to get rid of the device code stuff. I'll leave the user code for now, but I'll get rid of the device code things. I don't need those. And I'm not sure what the access token metadata is doing for me. Oh wait, no, not access token metadata. Authorization code metadata. What is this doing for me? Metadata token invalidated. What does that even mean? Metadata token invalidated. I wonder if that is that just for the JSON web tokens? I mean, it might be. After creating new... security. Token revocation and new Spring authorization server is not working. The revoking token with OAuth to a revoke. It still uses token to request secured data. Removing some metadata. Huh. How can I revoke a JWT token? You can't. Great. You can't revoke a JWT token. That's simply not true. Token revocation. Oof. Yeah, I don't know any of this JWT stuff. I want to support it. I mean, it's supported out of the box. So, like, I haven't had to do anything to support it. But I also wonder if I'm opening up Pandora's box here by having it. But I don't know. Those things are working. Yep, ours at 804. This is working now. That's great. Okay, and then this I should be able to send. And I get okay. Oh. Oh, your expired token will be auto refreshed for sending a request. So if I hit send here. I guess it won't show up until another minute goes by, maybe. 8 p.m. here. Let it go 8:01 and see if that goes to 8:05. Maybe. Maybe. It's the waiting that takes time. Oh. Come on. You can do it. There's 801. So if I do this, still says 804. Maybe it won't do it until it's like about ready to go. Playing chess while waiting. Yeah, I haven't played chess in ages. Not particularly good at it, but I haven't played in ages. Probably why I'm not particularly good at it. Let's go here. Okay, so yeah, I'm probably gonna have to stop here because it's 8 o'clock. I have not had any food yet. I need to go probably on a cheesesteak run. And the good news with this is I'm on a branch, so I can just go and commit all the things, even if they're not quite working yet. And we'll say more, go off to API access. Most of the things now working. More testing needed. Right there. And that is signed. All right, so push. And do that. All right, so that's out on GitHub. I know the main branch, we have a bunch of pull requests from Dependabot that I haven't gotten to yet, but I'm letting them simmer for right now because what I'd like to do is get this stuff together and then finally the pull request and get it down into the main area, and we'll be good there. I know that Mytho tried out my new setup instructions for Docker and had some success. I think there was just one little problem where I think he might have maybe changed the DB server name, and I have a hard-coded hex-db, honestly. In the Docker stuff where you create a network, a local network where two containers can talk to one another. And that's kind of how I have it right now, because I didn't want to put that in two different files. So that might be the only catch right now, hopefully. But I was able to run Tomcat in Docker and run the database in another Docker container. They all start up and run. It's just when I was trying to register a user that it was having a problem actually communicating with the database. I'm hoping that was the problem here, so I added this little note to just make that required to be hex-db for right now, until I can find a way where I can get this property to actually work in the POM file. Hey Shin, welcome. I'm just wrapping up right now. Brendo, how you doing? But the good news is I've got the local development stuff. If you want to use Docker, it's down to just basically this one command and creating this secret keys properties file. There is some kind of issue Mytho was running into with the so I bring down a local copy of Node.js, an npm basically. There's a plugin that will actually bring it down and make it a local thing. Apparently that isn't working in some cases if you already have Node installed on the machine. Sounds like, or npm already installed on the machine. And I don't know why, because it should be an isolated copy that's coming down. So that's something else I'll have to kind of try to figure out and see what's going on there with all that. But there is like a workaround that he's done to get that to work fine. And really, I'm only using that just to bring down the JavaScript files from npm. So that my goal was to make it as turnkey, as automatic as possible. So you just run a command and you've got your development environment pretty much ready to go. And we're almost there. We're damn close to that. So hopefully that makes it a little bit easier when I eventually open this up for contributions for people to just get development environments set up and everything. Yeah, I know that there's like PNPM and all that stuff. I was looking mostly at the I don't know if there's a plugin for Maven for that or not. I was just trying to get everything integrated into the Maven build so that, again, it just is kind of as automatic as it could possibly be. Get your system set up. Because that's one of the big problems with Java development. It's been a problem for years and decades even, where it's there's a lot of like setup stuff you have to do. Like when we hire developers, we assume your first week is just going to be getting your environment set up, because you got to get your IDE down, you got to get everything, you got to get the code down, you got to get it, your local Tomcat working, you've got to get database connection set up, and you're managing all these files and everything, and it's the nature of, unfortunately, Java development, and it's never gotten better, honestly. Which is kind of surprising, because they've done a lot to sort of modernize the language. But they haven't done a lot to solve the inherent, like, environment issue, right? Like and by that I mean, like, you look at, Ruby on Rails, or you look at Elixir, right? And pretty much without too much consternation, you can get those set up. They have their own, you've got on Elixir, you've got Phoenix, you can just bring down as part of it, and it's a server that knows how to deploy everything and hot deploy and all that stuff, right? And it's just kind of, it's faster to get up on your feet and get running with some of that stuff. They have their own other problems, but it's very quickly, you can get an environment set up fairly fast and get rolling fairly quickly with that stuff. Java's always been kind of a pain in the ass with that. And Spring Boot tries to help, but boy, do I hate Spring Boot with the passion of 1,000 suns. Like, it's just they've tried to hide everything, and in the process of trying to hide everything, they made it so that if you want to stray off the path even just a little bit, it becomes a freaking nightmare, because you've now got to, if you just stray just a little bit over, it's not just, oh, I gotta just put this one little class here or one little class there. No, it's like, oh, now I gotta go back and backfill all these other classes that I didn't do. I have to customize every single one of these freaking classes all the way back up the chain just to do this one little thing, just to go kind of off to the right a little bit. And that's annoying. That's why I don't use Spring Boot. I just said, you know what? If I'm going to end up, I know I'm going to go off the beaten path on some things. I'm going to want to customize some things, and I might as well bite the bullet right up the beginning and just get all that whole pathway customized to where I need it, and then just be done with it, because then I know exactly what I did and where I did it and all that stuff. Ugh, what a mess. You don't have the guts to learn Java? It's not bad. You're not so much learning Java as you're learning object-oriented programming, I guess. Most of your languages now are functional programming with some small object orientation, and Java Java isn't quite as intense as like C++ is with its object orientation. It did try to simplify things in a lot of cases, but when you start, the problem with Java is not necessarily the language itself, it's the ecosystem. You've got a lot of libraries that are very popular that kind of took object orientation and went absolutely batshit insane with it. And Spring is definitely one of the worst offenders with that, where it's just like layer upon layer upon layer of interfaces, extending interfaces, extending interfaces, extending abstract classes, extending interfaces, and it's just gobbledygook at the end of the day. And you can't help but wonder, like, is it actually serving any purpose other than to just be obscure for the sake of being obscure, and it's a real shame, because you'll notice in the code I've been writing, I don't really have any interfaces. I very rarely will write an interface. I'll write an interface when I know that it's going to be something that I want, but I definitely won't have an interface that extends another interface, unless it's like a super edge case thing that I'm trying to do. I'll have an abstract class, like I have an abstract base controller class, base front end controller, and that's just mostly for utility purposes. So it's easier, rather than having to go out to a util class all the time, just have it right there, built in, and just call what you need. I rarely go beyond one level deep on stuff, and because a lot of times it's just not necessary. You can really go absolutely insane modeling something and then end up not getting any of the benefits of modeling it that way. You could have just threw it all into a Pojo and called it a day, or in my case, a hash map. Pojo, a hash map, whatever you want, just throw it in there and just be done with it. Shove off and get going. But it's just, it is what it is. There's purists out there that cringe at the thought of not fully modeling your domain. But it's like, I worked, one of the companies I worked for, this is why I kind of pulled back a bunch from object-oriented programming, where I limit myself to like one level deep and stuff like that, and I usually use Pojos and other things to kind of shuffle data around. Because one of the companies I worked for was like an e-commerce company. And when I started working there, they had spun up a core group for the first time ever. And that core group was meant to take the existing one-off implementations that existed for every one of the clients make a core application out of it that had all the greatest hits, if you will, from all the different clients, that was maintainable and bring some sanity back to what was there. Because essentially a lot of the code that they had there, a lot of the one-off stuff that they had for clients, they basically shoved it all into JSP files, which are basically onto the web page. So if you think of like PHP, or you think of ASP.NET, you know, you had the Visual Basic script and stuff. Like, that's basically a JSP file, and they basically threw everything in there. And in fact, they threw so much code into the JSP file, they actually broke the servers. The servers hit their limit of 64K of code. There was an old limit. It's not a limit anymore, of 64K of compiled code inside of a JSP file, and they hit it. They hit that limit that no one was ever expected to hit. And they had to start pulling apart these files into multiple files so that they could get past that limit. And it was just insanity. And so we came in and we were like, the core group started working on things, and they said, okay, we're bringing Spring Framework in. We're going to bring in a model view controller, frameworks in, and we're going to clean this up. We're going to get all this gunk out of the JSP files, and we're going to get into proper modeling and all that stuff. The problem was, and here's where it comes back to where I said, like, I've pulled back a lot from object orientation and stuff. The problem was, they wanted to make sure, for better or for worse, that no one could ever drag them back down that path of having everything inside of a JSP file. This all happened in the BlackBerry movie. Please tell me you watch it. I have not watched the BlackBerry movie, no. No. I'll put that on my list of things to watch. So they wanted to prevent that from ever happening again, because there was still like a DevOps group that could still do stuff in JSP files, and they kind of were outside the realm of the core group. Like, no one could see what they were doing. Everybody could see what we were doing, but no one could see what they were doing, that kind of thing. So there was kind of these competing interests. And so what they did was they put this whole freaking layer of interfaces and builders and abstract classes between the MVC layer and the JSP, so that the JSP, if someone ever did come back and start trying to do all the logic inside the JSP, they wouldn't be able to, because they couldn't see the stuff on the other side. Because we had marshallers that let you come back and forth, like marshaller pattern, have you come back and forth between the JSP file and the back end, so that it would hide all the implementations from them, so they couldn't do much more than just the very basics of stuff in the JSP. It was a freaking nightmare. And it was all because the need was felt to use software engineering to do what should have been accomplished with social engineering, right? That's why I always say, like, do not use software engineering where social engineering is more important. And this is where it came from, is that we ended up making this freaking so complicated, convoluted, marshalling, unmarshalling, all this stuff, just because no one could go to the DevOps team and say, stop doing that. And every time they did it, slap their hand and say, don't do that. Don't do it anymore. Stop doing that. They were too afraid to do that. They couldn't do it. They were two different, pillars of the company, right? And so they coded around. So they basically coded around this, what is essentially a social engineering problem, because these two segments of the company couldn't talk to one another. And that company had other problems too, like the IT of that company. To this day, it's the only company I've ever worked at where IT was openly hostile to all the development teams. Like openly hostile. Right? And to be fair to them, there was history there where they got thrown under the bus, probably unfairly, but like they were, like I've never seen that. I've never seen that before because it was a software company, right? You need IT, a software company, and you need development in a software company. You're both working towards the same goal, which is making the company money, right? And yet, holy hell, was IT very vehemently against the development staff, to the point of just being obnoxious about it. Like, you know, like one of the stories I tell is, so they used to do deployments whenever we finally deploy to production. They used to insist that we do deployments at 3 a.m. And you might ask yourself, well, why 3 a.m.? And you might ask, like, you know, obviously in some companies, 3 a.m. makes sense because, oh, you need to go, you're going directly to production. But for us, it didn't really make sense because when we deployed to the offsite, to the hot backup first. Then we ran through some tests, and then they would switch the hot backup to production, right? So it made sense, I guess, from the perspective of we're switching the hot backup to production at 3 a.m. But it didn't make sense to like make the deployment happen then. Like the deployment could have happened hours earlier to the offsite hot. All the testing could have been done during normal hours, and then at 3 a.m. someone could have come in and did the switch, like, you know. But that's how openly hostile IT was. They're like, no, if we gotta be up at 3 a.m., all you MNFers gotta be up at 3 a.m. too. I'm like, okay, right? So I had this thing where I was up at 3 a.m. Not for the first time. This was like the second or third time. And do the deployment. They do the deployment. And I test it. And everything tests fine. All the stuff that I put in for the production. And I'm like, cool. Everything looks good. And I'm starting to, like, I'm just monitoring for, you know, an hour. And everything's fine. And I was like, okay, once I'm done, like at 4 a.m., I'm just going to shut down. Everything should be good. And then I'll catch a couple more hours of sleep and then we'll get back into a regular day. Well, right around 4, when I was about ready to shut down, stuff broke. My stuff broke. And I was like, how is that possible given that it just worked? And so I'm there debugging stuff. And as soon as that broke, like within 3 minutes of it breaking, I get the email and everything. They're like, we're rolling everything back. I'm like, it might not. Give me a minute. I might be able to tell what's going on. Nope, we're rolling everything back. Screw you. They rolled everything back, which they did because they knew it would cause a ton of problem. Like that was their thing. They were like, if we let you try and fix this, we can't turn this to our own advantage. So instead, we're going to throw all you guys on our bus by we're rolling everything back, even the things that were working, we're rolling back just to F you guys over, right? That's what they did. And I'm sitting there trying to figure out what's going on. Like, why is this happening? Why is this? And, you know, it's 5 a.m. and I'm still trying to figure things out. 5:30 a.m. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, this is not work. How did this happen? And then I looked, and the code that I wrote wasn't there. It disappeared. It was gone. And I'm like, well, how is this possible? And I'm not talking about they rolled it back. I'm talking like I looked in the repository, in the SVN repository. It was gone. And I'm like, what? How is this gone? So of course I looked through the history, and it turns out someone overwrote my changes. They didn't do a merge. They just said, yeah, it says there's a merge conflict. Overwrite. Boom. Overwrote my changes. And they did it at 4 o'clock in the morning because we had this concept over in the DevOps portion of the place. And I told you that DevOps they had this kind of stealth thing. They called it stealth update, where they would just do these small, quote unquote, updates to the Java, to the web pages, and they would just get fast tracked. No one would review them, nothing. And apparently one of the DevOps guys didn't know how to use SVN, right? Because they were used to just like, oh, we'll do it right on the production box. We'll just sit on the production box and make our changes. Well, someone at some point said, no. You got to put this stuff in SVN. But they didn't teach him how to use SVN. So he saw that there was a conflict. So he got the file down. He made his changes. He saw there was a conflict with the stuff that I committed before him. And instead of merging the two files together like you're supposed to do, he just overwrote my change. And then that got pushed an hour after my changes went out there. So everything looked good. Everything looked fine. Everything was working. And then suddenly nothing worked. And so 6:30 rolls around and I'm piecing all this crap together. And my boss calls me and he's like, so what's going on? There's a lot of heat coming down on us. What's happening? And I explained to him, I'm like, the one nice thing was they would send out an email to the entire company whenever they would push stealth updates. And in the email, it would say what files they changed. So there was an audit log story. And I'm like, here's what happened. And here's the email. And here's what's looking in SVN. And here's what's going on. And I sent that all to him. And I was like, this is what's going on. Right? And he had this look on his face, like this shit-eating grin on his face, like, oh, this is this is good. I got something now. And he took that up the chain, and I can only imagine that holy hell rained down somewhere, because the week after that we redid the deployment and everything worked. And we never had that problem ever again. Like, the DevOps people still did their stealth updates, but they never had this problem happen again. And I was like, what the hell? What the freaking hell? It's insanity. It's absolute insanity. And I worked for that company for 3.5 freaking insane years. Just to give you an idea, I used to joke that the company had revolving doors on the front of the building because people were coming in and leaving almost as fast as they would come in. Like, they would come in and 6 months later they would suddenly stand up in the middle of the floor and say, I quit, and they would be gone. They would just leave. They wouldn't even necessarily collect all their belongings. They would just leave. They were so fed up. And they had such a brain drain problem in that company where people would just, very talented people would come in and they would burn through them like they were freaking cheap kindling, and they would get the hell out. And then there were dumbasses like me and quite a few others who were just like, oh, well, I'll just, I can withstand this. I'll keep going. Right. That was the company that I ended up having to leave just for health problems. Because at that point, I was that was the company where I burned out, like legitimately had burnout. And thankfully the only time in my career where I absolutely hated writing any kind of code, because I got to that point where the burnout just sort of made me not like what I was doing at all. And I was like, what do I do besides coding? I have no other skills. Is there something else that I can do? Thankfully I got over a lot of that, but it was, yeah, it was bad. It was not like I had like health things where I, you know, you hear people talk about burnout. Burnout has, you think it's a mental thing, and it is. It does have a mental part of it, but it also starts to manifest physically. Like I had a cold, essentially, for 6 months. Like it just never resolved until I left the company, and all that stress came off of me, and then suddenly the cold went away. From one particularly long day, I worked, I think, a 35 hours straight through at one point. And I went home, or came home here. I immediately went to bed. It was like 4 o'clock in the afternoon or something. I just went to bed and woke up about 2 hours later, gasping for air. I had like not an attack, but it was like an acute attack of sleep apnea. Basically, when you stop breathing while you're sleeping. Thankfully, that has never happened again. But that was scary enough at that point, where you just wake up and you're just about to like suffocate, and you just wake up and you're gasping for air on the side of the bed. That was the moment where I was like, okay, I'm getting my resume. Because I was working on, at that time, I was working on integrating PayPal into our payments, payment flow, into the shopping cart and all that stuff. And I was like, I am not going to die for a freaking PayPal button. I'm getting my resume together and I'm getting the hell out of Dodge. You know? This is too much. And then just to kind of show you how just out of this world that company was, after I left, I think, I want to say 2 weeks after I left, they had a company-wide meeting, their normal quarterly company-wide meeting, and they issued me an award for my hard work on the PayPal integration and all this stuff. And I wasn't there. And so my buddy was like, let me go up and accept this award for him so he can have his award, because he's no longer working here. So he went up as me and got the award, and then called me and he's like, hey, you got an award. I've got it here at my desk. If you want to come over and pick it up, if you have a chance. It was just insanity. And it's just corporate insanity. That's all I could chalk it up to. It's just, you know, the one hand has no idea what the other hands are doing. That's just insanity. But anyway, friends, I gotta go get something to eat. I am a bit famished. We've got our OAuth stuff committed. We've got basically all the refresh token working and all that stuff. It's one of the best origin stories you ever heard. I am Coder Man. I am Coder Man. Fear of my bits. Oh, it's too much. Fear my bit shifts. my conditionals are unmatched. I will, so I'll be back Monday night for some more coding. Hopefully, we'll actually be focusing on the UI then and getting the developer dashboard started, and also the, removing the applications that are assigned, and also removing some of the crust from some of it anyway, from the OAuth things, the OAuth tables that I don't want to use, and get that all squared away. And I'll probably need an additional table, as I was talking about many hours earlier, about allowing, like, having your application have its own sort of bot user. So there'll be a table that kind of describes those users, I think, that we'll use for chat and all those things. So if the bot puts things in chat, you'll know it's a bot, because that's how it's registered. That's the only way it can happen through the API, is it'll always say that. I think is reasonable. And so we'll get all that started and get that rolling along, and then next Friday we'll do some more coding, so that'll probably be more of the UI stuff. I think it depends. Starfield is coming out on Thursday. I'm going to try to play it when it comes out Thursday night at 8 p.m. here. Depending on how I feel like, I may end up playing Starfield on Friday instead of coding. We'll see how it goes. But next Sunday, not next Saturday. Next Saturday I have something to do, but next Sunday I'll be back for another longer coding session like this. Tell me I'm going to stream. Oh yes, I am definitely streaming Starfield. Starfield will be the game that I'm going to stream until I'm tired of it or I finish it. So next week it'll be Monday night will be coding stream. Tuesday and Wednesday nights, Tuesday and Wednesday nights will be Dragon Quest 11, and then Dragon Quest 11 and Oceanhorn 2 will go on pause until after I'm done with Starfield, because then Thursday night will be Starfield, and then from that point forward, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday will be Starfield until I reach some sort of conclusion with it. So we'll see. That is the schedule as I know it right now, my friends. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out and keeping me company and all of those things. I appreciate all your faces. I appreciate all of you guys. You've all are a big reason why I hit affiliate this week. A very big reason why I hit affiliate this week. And so I appreciate everything you guys have done. And I appreciate you coming back every week and watching me have both failures and triumphs. So I will, Shin. I will. I promise. Anyway, let's go see if there is someone available to be rated. Let's see here. Fangbone is doing some kind of IRL thing. Looks like he's chatting, maybe. So I'm going to send you guys on to Fangbone. Say hello. And I believe Fangbone is also working on a game, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if he's working on it right now, but I know yesterday it was, he's working on a game. So all good things there. So I'm going to send you guys along there. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you, and hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, see you, bye.
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow? Yo!